I'm never late. Often. Afternoon. Welcome. Merry Christmas. Happy Christmas Eve to everybody. Back to the loft. Again, not much has changed up here apart from more stuff, more servers. Yes. Yes. I have coffee and I have servers. Two Gen 8 Microserver. Not just one. So, yes. I thought we would have a bit of fun for Christmas Eve because why not? The question is going to be P8. P8. This and this are identical, other than this plate. So yeah, these are both Gen 8 microservers. These are both HP's. No, they never did a Gen 9. This is still a Gen 8. It was the one thing they never did. So, Gen 8 microservers. I've actually got a Gen 7 downstairs. The power pack went bang. I mean it went bang. And that does seem to be the fate of a lot of the Gen 7 microservers. So, yes, the Gen 8 microserver. The probably best microserver that they ever done. I'll say that is, yeah. It's not. They never did a Gen 9. It's still a Gen 8. Gen 8. It just says Enterprise. There's no difference. The guts are the same. Still a Gen 8. Both Gen 8s. They lied to you. Yeah. There was no such thing. HP, a Gen 9, a microserver. There's a Gen 8, and then they switched straight to a Gen 10. They never made a Gen 9 because I know that, because I was waiting for the Gen 9 and it never materialized. No Gen 9s. People might call it the Gen 9. Still a Gen 8. Will always be a Gen 8. Not a Gen 9. Gen 8. No difference. Apart from a black front. Literally, there is no difference. They are identical. Yep, it doesn't matter. There's no. That's a Gen 8. Might have some references. There's nothing on it. I know that because I was selling these at the time. In fact, this is one I supplied that's just come back off site. So the only references there are is on their community forums. Yeah, I'm going to Google this now. Right, let me flick over. Let's go there. Right. HP micro server Gen 8. Evening, Rich. Welcome. Sorry, Jason's trying to tell me there's a server that exists that doesn't, and I shall prove him wrong. There's two variants of it. That's all there is. Literally, the difference, quite literally, is the front faceplate. And what people call them. Look, even eBay can't find them. Let's Google. Yeah, HPE micro. Specifications, physical specification. Yeah, this is what I just said. I just said I have got the Gen 7. I've got one Gen 7. Not up here, as I say. I think it's out in my shed because it went bang, and I mean it went bang with on site while I was and I had to swap it for another one that very soon after also quite literally went bang. So yeah, that's the basics on them. So we'll just go through. Because these were all the fun bits. Because this was obviously the generation of microserver that actually was unfortunately HP screwed up with. If they had allowed you to put 32 gig memory in these, and the N40 was the Gen 6, because it was the N40. Then I think it was the N54. Basically, they were AMD heaps. They had Turians in them. I had one for a while running as a free NAS or true NAS. Both of them do. This is it. The problem with both of these is they max out at 16 gig of RAM because HP didn't want these selling better than the proper servers. So, unfortunately, while they're awesome, I'm going to upset you even more, Jason. ProLiant Microserver Gen 8. It actually says it on the front of the thing. Hold on. Let's bring this camera down into play. I didn't bring it down. I didn't do anything with it. See. Yep. Just do a. So there you go. So ProLiant Microserver Gen 8 on the silver one. Stops reflecting. ProLiant Microserver Gen 8. There you go. Not cheating. It's HP. just because I can. There we go. I win. But anyway. Right. All I was going to do today actually was have a laugh, see what we can throw on this thing. Because this server here is the one I'm going to give away. This, when I hit 1,000 subs on YouTube, which I'm 13 off, 12 off, I will do a giveaway for this server. The only caveat is I will only ship to the UK just because weight of this thing and the cost. And then yeah, and the only so the caveats are has to be shipped to the UK only. So unfortunately, obviously, it's a bit who can enter it, and whoever wins it is only allowed to either improve it and use it or give it away to someone deserving as well. Because I was given this server, I have upgraded it to be the best it probably can be for a server, and that I think should be passed on. I have enough servers here. I've even acquired another one, but this should be used. These are great, obviously, for getting people their own basic introduction server. So that is what I'm going to do with this server after we've had a bit of fun on it. I'm trying to work out. I was just trying to think what dedicated gaming server we should put on it, and see if we could get working. This is in the next sort of however long we stream for, basically. So I'm either considering we either put Proxmox on it. I could stick ESXi on it, stick Hyper-V on it. I could even stick XCP-ng. I've never installed XCP-ng on anything. So again, fun little learning sort of expertise. I say, unfortunately, it is the memory limit on these problem. But let's that back down here. We'll switch back over to it. Let's do the standard. Yeah, well, the idea would be, you'll have to excuse the camera here. Still haven't finalised this. My thinking is we run literally is we get it set up ready for a couple of VMs. It doesn't take long to get a copy of Ubuntu on there and get it set up with a dedicated server, and I can leave it up and running with something silly, whether that be something Half-Life-y, sort of CS Source, something like on there, even Minecraft servers, something like that. Just something that people can play on over Christmas, New Year, maybe. We'll leave it open. I've got so it was just a quick demo, but I'll probably redo a demo on this server. But basically, HP Gen 8, late Gen 8 microserver has the different front door on it from when HP split their server brand off into Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. We have got 4 hard disks here. I know this is a rarity for me. They are actually spinny disks. They are all 2 terabyte spinny disks of various different things, because that's what I had lying around that I knew were semi all right. So we'll see how well they are. Pop the lid off quickly, which is nice and easy on these, and I'll show you what else it's got in it. Now we have got a 60 gig Kingston boot drive, just a little SSD sat in the top in the old CD drive caddy. We have got two 4 gigabyte sticks of DDR3, just 8 gig of RAM to play with at the moment. Much more than that for a small couple of VMs. We do have an Intel Xeon in here, I believe. I haven't actually fired this up since I was given it. But the most critical part is it has a secondary proper HP, I think this is HP 440 RAID controller card to get rid of the B120 on board, which is the biggest weak point on these when you need to do anything with the hard disks. The 120 is shocking. In fact, while we're here, I'm pretty sure when I put this one out of sight, the memory upgraded. Let's have a look. The memory upgrade quickly. Sticker. Yeah, they are a bit fussy with the RAM. I have got here a stick of Samsung and a stick of genuine HPE RAM, which we're taking out, and we're going to put in 2 sticks of 8 gigabyte Crucial. Just so you are aware, this is when it focuses in. Won't focus camera. There you go. Quick, take a screenshot. And there we go. It now has 16 gig of RAM. So, often I'm stuttering a little bit. Nice, simple, easy upgrade. And we'll see how it behaves. For the minute. Down a bit further. That's fine. Just roll it back, and you'll be able to catch. You can rewatch the stream and grab the right version. But yeah, they're not that fussy. I mean, that's just a generic set of crucial. Yeah. Right. Squeeze all that shut. Do the standard. Plug it all in. Keyboard. Up. In. Yeah. The next question is, I haven't actually grabbed a copy of ESXi for ages, and I thought I read something about ESXi version 8 being dropping the free license. We might as well have a laugh. Oh, good. That's all right. I thought you'd done it. I need to run it up on my Nooks. Oh yeah, you'll run it on your Uber server, aren't you? Right. Well, as we'll actually do a proper from the start. Let's switch over back to. So let's do it from the beginning. ESXi 8 download. Let's have from VMware's. I like free. Free is good. ESX8 then. ESX8 free. Oh, please don't make me sign in. I have an account. Please excuse me while I switch back here for a minute, while I try and remember what my login is with VMware. Is it that one? No. I've got a password manager in 2FA. Got a very good password manager in 2FA. Problem is I've never used my password manager with 2FA on VMware. Oh, we use Keeper. Because it's been so long since I actually logged in. There we go. Got it. Yeah, it's been that long ago that, I mean, I probably haven't logged into a VMware site in maybe 3 years. Just because I haven't used it. Or if I need it, I was getting it because I'm VMUG advantaged. I get it from the download site for them. I'd like to register, please, for free. Okay, so we've logged in. You are new. If you were doing this new, you'd obviously create a new account. Address me. God, it's that old that my address is wrong. Look at that. That's fine. Start my free trial. Yes, it's there where I don't live anymore. That'll do. The fact that I haven't lived at that address for over 10 years says everything about how long ago I was logging. Right. So let's get the ISO. We want to manually download and let that download now. Oh, look, a license key. This license key can be deployed on an unlimited number of physical hosts, but is restricted to deployment on less than or equal to 1,000 physical. What? Right. This license key can be deployed on an unlimited number of physical hosts, but is restricted to deployment on less than or equal to 100 physical servers. So you can deploy this on unlimited machines so long as it's not more than 100. Is that... Am I reading that right? I think I am. Hey ho. Right. Let's get... yeah, I think I've got a copy somewhere. Yeah, it's unlimited, but it's limited. Right, let's grab Rufus. The ILO on this isn't brilliant. Also, it means I got first I've got to make sure it actually turns on and that the ILO works. And I think these needed an ILO upgrade key to get the full ILO functionality. And even then, it's not ILO as it should be. It's a budget version of ILO. ILO Lite. Oh, we can try it. Let's see if it turns on, shall we? It's the predecessor to these. Oh, ILO's brilliant. iTrack's brilliant. I mean, I've used all sorts of variations. Need to get this monitor on an arm here. I'm also on the hunt for a VGA input as well. I need a VGA captured card or the capture USB device that sensibly priced. That way I can then alive. It lives. Like the ILO. Let's go with green. No, not long enough. I need a longer cable. Pink will do then. For that pink. That's giving me a nice IPv6 address for ILO. So we have got a Xeon E3 1220 at 3.1 gigahertz, which I do believe is quad core non-hyper-threaded one. Let me go. Settings for ILO a second. ILO 4 has detected a self-test error. Having a whinge now, which it will do because it's not been booted up with any of this configuration in. Yeah, and it did have must have had FreeNAS on it at some point because it went no. Oh, it's not. It won't be happy because I've changed the RAM. Right, okay, I've got the IP address now. I've changed the RAM. I've changed the controller. I've changed hard disks. I've six. Now I'm going to have to find. I've got it. A password. Oh, CMOS battery is fine. It's just literally having a whinge because I've stuck a RAID controller card in it. I've stuck a more memory in it. I've stuck different hard disks in it. I've unplugged stuff. It's just having a normal server 10-minute tantrum. That out the way now. There. Now, fingers crossed, this should be default. Let's go in with ILO, shall we? Admin. Oh, yeah. That's kind of why the micro SD slot was slow, the internal USB was slow, the RAID controller, if you installed ESXi 6 or above, was horrendously slow. Correct. Let's try, hold on. Again here. I don't know if this may have been changed or not. It has. That means I need to go into here and the last VMware vSAN I did on the NUC cluster, which I will get fired. That probably will be another live stream. People want me to redo the live stream on that one because the audio was horrendously bad. But that was eating through USB sticks on the ESXi 6.7. I mean, literally, like they would last like 3 or 4 weeks, and it would just eat a USB stick. Um, right, just going to go in and reset ILO because it's probably been reset by its previous owner, and the previous owner to this server is currently over on somewhere in the Channel Islands. TrueNAS is fine. It's anything ESXi 6.7 and up. No, sorry, ESXi 7 and up. They made a change if you're running vSAN to how it writes logs, and it writes them to the boot device. So what it does is if you're running off of a if you're running off of a USB stick or the like Dell's internal SD cards, things like that, because it's writing so much data to them, it just burns them out. They just die. The problem is a lot of the time you don't know about it until you reboot the server, and then the server doesn't boot back up again because it's either fallen over to the other. Like if you've got the IDSM, so the two SD cards internally, it has an utter meltdown, and it will kill the server. And then you have to rebuild it again or restore it from a backup. Right. What do we have? Microserver. Uh, have I got? Oh, it's saying these were kind of. Not in there. That means another option. Yeah, it got to the point because VMware launched it, and then they got swamped with basically because obviously VMware is owned alongside Dell. They suddenly got swamped with a ton of failures, and they very quickly like changed their tune to say you're booting off of a USB stick or you're booting off of a internal memory cards. Don't install 7. Um, a boss card or a bootable disk. So I'm willing to sacrifice some USB sticks to do it on the NUC cluster because they're cheap, but it's not something you would ever run in production. You are opening yourself up to a world of pain. That being said, vSAN, in my opinion, is still one of the best hyper-converged infrastructures around. It does work really nicely. I wish Microsoft had something that as simple and as flexible as storage spaces. Okay, but ILO. Want me to reset the ILO? There we go. Oh, right, that's ILO restored to default settings. Hopefully, that will mean that my password will work. The only other thing I could try is a capital A. Can't remember if the username on these is case sensitive or not. But while that's doing that, let's go back onto Google. HP Micro Gen 8. Should we get the latest and greatest, I think? Now this will be interesting because I can't remember. So do online flash. No, let's. We want. Oh, blimey! That's recent. For now, I think we want you. Still rebooting the ILO. I think we should crack that out. And let's see if there's a BIOS update. (2019). There's not a Gen 9. It does not exist. They never made it. There is no Gen 9. The blue one was a run-out model before they switched over to the black front on HPE. You're not going to win this one. There is no Gen 9. The blue Gen 9. Blue Gen 8. They did, I think they did a green front as well. I need to have a word. I've got a friend who one of the people that joins me for gaming. One of the people that makes me that joins us for gaming some evenings worked for HPE and has one with a different color front, and I can't remember what color that they've got on it, but it's not a standard color. It was like a limited edition one that only employees could get. I think they did a red front as well. I have a suspicion. Oh yeah, right. This is the problem. This perfectly sums up HP. This is exactly what HP do wrong. So this is a Gen 8 server. This server has been out of production now for probably 5 years. But I can't download a BIOS update. Because if I click this, there's a padlock next to it. And now what I have to do is prove that I have a support pack. So I bet if I click here, will it work? Oh my god, it works! Colour me shocked. Normally when there's a padlock on it, it means you have to prove that you have a support pack agreement and sign in with it. I've got, well, this is being streamed on a Gen 9 ProLiant. My workstation up here at the moment is one of my Gen 9 ProLiants. I cannot get any files for that. That quickly while I'm here, in case, unless they've changed it in the last like 6 months. Good little check. Dell 110. BIOS download. This is the big frustration, and this is why HP moved again. HP have always been a pain in the ass for anyone wanting a home lab server. That's why we always recommend Dell. Because if I go into BIOS, and so there's the binary I need, and the first thing it normally says, yeah, see the padlock? So if I want to download that, I have to have active warranty. That's wrong. That's terrible, terrible. From HP. Sorry, HPE. Yeah. So the Gen 8s you can get certain ones. Gen 9 you can't. Now the Gen 9 is not a current generation server, it's obviously the previous generation. But if you're running these in production and you don't have a service agreement, or if you want to use them in a lab and you don't have a service agreement, you can't get updates. And with Dell and with Lenovo, I'm a particular Lenovo fan as such because I've got a dead one sat over there that died because of a Lenovo. But I don't mind them. But this is it. This is like HP being, oh, we're better than you. Oh, if you want to use our stuff, you've got to pay us money. It's like, no, it doesn't cost them anything. Give away these BIOS files to older servers. But the only thing it does is it keeps older servers in production a little bit longer and it's up to date and secure. So from the security side, this is terrible. Anyway, rant over. Right, let's see if the password works. Alive. There we go. Ah, Hilo. Hilo. HP ProLiant Microserver Gen 8, especially for you, Jay. Shall we do some updates? Firmware. Choose a file. From memory with this, I can go into here. I can grab EU. Go open. Upload. Let's see what happens, shall we? That means I get dumps. Let's extract. Let's BIOS update. That extract. Anything? Oh, is that an old one? That's an old one. Why HP? Yeah. Copy that. It's older. Uh, again. Right. Connect it to there. There we go. Right. Try it again. Microserver. 273. There's an update then. To 281. Again, on the Dells, actually, on iDRAC, all you do is upload the exe and it will extract everything out of it. iDRAC is pretty. You can download everything, upload it, let it rock. You can see this one was last up. This one's from 2016, so that would have been when this was probably brand new. 2016. So yeah, this server is 6 years old. Servers in production that are older than that. So we'll get this up to date. Go. Let that flash itself. While that's doing that, we'll go here. And you go on HP's website, you lazy bugger. Would you like a link? I'll do that one. Back. Copy that. It's in my Discord if you need it. Okay. Digging for that in a minute. What's it? Don't need that. That's no issue. Storage. Update on this one, but I'll check it in a bit. I may have to do a break in this while I go and have some tea. I have been instructed that the other half is cooking tea. So we may have to do a temporary stop and go. But we'll see how long we. That's right. Fine. Okay, we'll wait for ILO to finish resetting itself. Close that. That. I don't think there are any other up that I can use on here because oh, you lazy bugger. Doing something, the fan's gone mad. What about the what's the Linux version got? What on earth? Oh, it's an RPM. Okay, what about? I'm guessing the VMware one is going to be a VUM file. VUM? Oh no, that's all right. There's a zip. Look in the VMware one. Let's have a look in the zip quickly. In the zip. The VUM? Oh, it's a VM file. Oh well. Ah, well that sucks. Teach you for using such a silly machine. What you want is a nice server running Windows. Right. And we're up to date, I would hope. Yeah, well, ILO's up to date anyway. ILO firmware version 27th of July 2022. Shall we see if we can get BIOS to be brought up to date? Firmware, user file, D drive, software setup, view. That file. Start files, no. Come on, all I want is a. Am I going to have to create a pen? I am, aren't I? I don't want that. What I want is a nice flat. Why don't you make? Go back. Get the Windows one. Yes. Right. Extract. You can see HP Proline also extract into there, and then use a file. Could have a you, not you. You. Now upload. See what it says. Doing it. Didn't give you an option. It's doing it. Oh, that was interesting. It's done something. ILO readme. Well, in theory, mine should have just done a firmware update, but it might be that it's lined it up ready. Power management, server power. Power it off. Power it back on again. Yeah. See anything? Nothing. JO6. 4th of the 4th, 2019. JO6. JO6. Oh, there you go. Up to date. Interesting that it doesn't actually match yet. Maybe. Find out. Release notes. JO6, 4/4/2019. It's fine. 4/4/2019. So this hasn't updated itself. Oh. Oh. Gone a bit blue. Give me a second. I shall be back once my GoPro has rebooted itself. There we go. There we go. 4th of the 4th, 2019. The BIOS update. Right. Remote console. HTML5 remote console. There we go. So we now have an ILO remote console. And let's mount a local ISO file to it. That one. And Control-Delete. And away we go. Let's see how quickly we can get ESXi installed on here. But what we'll do is we'll go in and create a RAID array first as well. What's a good test? Why the hell not? Right, so what we should get is more HP. Yep, that's the plan. I'll do a RAID 10 array because not going to need a lot of storage. Ooh. That. 4, so H240 F5. Work? Didn't it work? Come on, give me a controller. No, I want this. That's what I want. Smart storage administrator. All right, this controller's got stuff on it. While I'm here, let's go back and Firmware. Storage controller. PPP. Know how long this takes to fire itself up. We got any firmware updates for a H240? Storage controller. That's all P series. Look, even Gen 8 up there as well. Okay, so we've got one solid state drive, 60 gig. It's on the internal. And we've got H240 in RAID mode. Let's do some configuration. Let's create an array. Have all the drives, please. They're all 2 terabyte drives. We will go with RAID 1 plus 0, 255, fine, 32, maximum 5. And create. Gives us 4 terabytes to play with in RAID 10. They were all Seagates mostly. Should be. Oh, one Samsung. Fine. Out of that. Reboot that. Server there. No, gone are the days of the 3 terabyte terrible Seagates. I mean, if you stick to a good brand name, generally they're all right. There was some classic ones in well, I can't remember. Was it you, Jason, that told me to join Tech for Techs on Facebook? And there was a post in there earlier today / last night. Oh, it was you, Rich. So you've probably seen the one on the SSDs, and it's like, well, that's people complaining that this whatever the manufacturer was failing, in like vast numbers, and yeah, Orshall, who, again, it's something. Yeah, don't blame you. It's one of those things that you learn, fortunately, the hard way. It's why you stick to the good brands. The brands that are still around after 20 years. And why, like, I have, yes, admittedly, there's 2 dead Samsungs there, but they came out of a storage array. They've been running 24/7, 365 for about 8 years. It is that sort of thing. Have the boot menu. That is one of the main things that that people, unfortunately, and very sadly, a lot of the time it's the small shops. It's why we don't use or ever recommend anything like Tender. Never use Tender. They're, basically, they're cheap and nasty. Or Shaw discs. I mean, it's like you're asked. People are like, but their service is great, and their customer support is great. It's like fantastic, but the drives seem to be shit. Right. What do I want? I want. I've got it actually. I haven't got the option there for. Okay, so let's go with 1, shall we? There we go. ESXi8. Let's see how far we can install it. Automatic boot. While that's doing that, I'm going to do. I can remember many moons ago when A-Data came on the market, and they had the same thing. Just they get the name out. They've seen it so many times with so many manufacturers. Come on then, Jason. Find me an ILO key. Because otherwise I've got to switch back over here. Thank you. Licensing, and just because I'm a nice guy, I will switch back to there. Okay. No worries. I will see if the shop is open, my baby. Oh, in the truck. Yeah, I'll grab that on the way back through. Turn my back away, and we get. That's a great start. Let's try that again, shall we? Oh. I have a suspicion that 8 may be a bit too far for this. Might have to go and find a 7 or a 6 disc. Or we could try Proxmox or XCP. I would say try Unraid, but they don't. They don't have a free version, and they don't really do anything I'm interested in. I want to use Unraid. Downloaded. Boot. Boot menu ready. Grab that. Grab that. Food. while we're here, we might as well have a quick look and go XCPNG. See who pays. Oh. Nope, it's ejected the. Right. Uh, we've got XCP's downloaded, and Proxmox is getting there. Okay, try that again. Oh no, press in the window. Copy. Thank you. Don't need to go full. Let's see how far we get this time while I keep an eye on it. Install. This time it won't kick me out, I hope. Turn my back on it for 2 seconds and it kicked me out. Come on. Right. Anything? Any attention? Hang there. Yeah. Stuff okay. How it is. Definitely on. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Anything? Oh, of course it would have kicked me out and then unmounted the disc, won't it? No end of errors. Yeah, the key work, Jason. Thank you for that. While this is doing this, hold on. I am sure. I am actually sure. Right. There you go. Where's that gone? That was there. I saw that. You saw that. There we go. Color option. That page is working well. That's a bit broken. Right. Try that again. Right there where it's not an advert. No. I think my ad blocker is. Yeah. That's got the switch on it. Yeah. The pretty colours. Now those were the colours that were available on launch. And I'm sure obviously blue, green, and black was quite a rare one. Then the black one became, they added the, when they changed over to HP, they added green. Yeah, did you not know about the switch? The little baby switch that sits underneath it. There it is. Or you can sit it on top or underneath it. It's a basic managed switch, but it looks pretty neat. That was the whole point of it. It just completed the sort of setup. Up there. Oh no, we're getting there. We're getting there. There was because this was at the time where they were making it. Yeah, they were trying to add bits to it to make it like an interesting sort of the options, networking option, uh, faceplate kit. So blue, red, and black faceplates. There's the part number for it. Supposedly there's a rack option for it. I don't remember seeing that. Install service, you know. uh, rack mount console kits, server console switches, no. UPS, security, storage controllers, high-low essential, unique options. Yeah, the unique. I mean, it was a shame, really. They ballsed it up with the Gen 10. They tried to go too much for a home solution rather than a home lab solution. And then they tried to correct that with the Gen 10 Plus, but still, by then they'd lost their market. Still going. Still going. We're getting there. May have to literally get this installed and then I will have to disappear, unfortunately. The dog needs it. He will be ready. They're silver, yeah. The fact was, you could pick at the end of its life, the Gen 8 microserver you could pick up for £100. And if you were canny enough, you could pick one up for even less than that with the money off, money back vouchers. Go out, which is what happened to these. This one I think was an upgrade. It should have a yeah. This one would have been a Pentium originally. It's had a Xeon put in it. That silver one was a Xeon from the start. I think that Xeon one was. I don't even think it was that much more expensive. The actual, to get a CPU. I mean, I've got boxes of them. But that was the thing. That was what made these really nice. You could pick them up so cheap. $50 for some 8 gig ECC isn't bad. Not the cheapest, but again, you could build these into neat little servers very quickly, very efficient, and they worked. And they were servers. They were ProLiants. They weren't a desktop machine hobbled into a server to a certain degree. Sadly, they have Broadcom. Yeah. Now, what you need to do is find a reshipping service, and then when I do the giveaway for this server, you can enter in, and I can ship it to the reshipper, and then you can ship it over. And it can start on its round the world tour. But as I said, caveat is that when you've finished with it, you have to give it away. Be given away freely. You can upgrade it. The idea is that it should go around and be used to be useful, to allow someone to learn. That's my rules. Be used as it was intended. Let someone actually learn and engage. Something that shouldn't be gatekept. No, it wouldn't be a huge amount. I mean, I took one of these on a plane from UK, China, carried it around with me for 2 days in China because I was doing a couple of jobs over in Shanghai. It went on board a cruise ship that came off. It then ended up in someone's house where it lived for quite a few years. It then migrated from that house into an office. So they're not the heaviest. If you pop the hard disk out of them, they're a lot lighter. But yeah. It was a shame, really. If they put replaceable chips in the Gen 7s, they would have had a bit of a better life. But the Turian was a lemon of a chip. And that was the problem they did when they launched the Gen 10. They put an APU in it. Which, going from being able to upgrade by a Pentium and then upgrade it to a Xeon, and yeah, tad on the slow. This poor thing's still booting. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. The other option I've got is to get hold of another one, and then I could put 3 of them together and make a vSAN cluster out of all 3. It'd be a damn tall stack, but it'd still be vSANable. I just have to swap out one of the hard disks with an SSD, and match them all up. But I could do it. It's doable. It wouldn't be a problem as such. The biggest weak point will be the onboard controllers. I'd have to find HP storage controllers for them. It isn't cheap. but you could build a vSAN array, and it'd work all right. It would work quite nicely. Generally, I prefer to go all flash vSAN, because the dedupe and the compression on it means that, like, you can have a terabyte drive in each server, but you can squeeze a good 2 to 3 terabytes of data on them before you get any problems, especially if you're lots and lots of the same server. Dedupe compression on vSAN is phenomenal. Come on, boot faster. It's crawling. It is getting there. Do the good old fashioned put the mouse cursor on the bar. Get in there. It's getting there. Oh, yeah. Nearly. Nearly. Something that I haven't had to do since the Windows 9X days is it doing anything? I think it's not. It was never going to be quick anyway, even if I'd done it over USB. But again, if as and when people watch this back, they'll see that you can indeed load. We'll get all the way to the end and it'll sit there and go, CPU's not supported, tough. Getting there, getting there, getting. Trying to think. There weren't now. I don't think there were any other actual ones. I think it was just the Switch that was an optional thing on there that you could buy at the same time. But it was when HP started to try and sort of make everything look nice and pretty, and yeah, for a small office/home network, you could sit it in the corner with a Switch, and it would. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. What did you do for the most of the live stream? We watched a bar go from there. That's how slow it is. Welcome to the real world. Spend all day waiting for status bars to move across screen. In another novelty, I actually have a broken piece of Unify equipment that hasn't died due to filling up with water. Yeah, I'll get a picture over to you. But I'm gonna probably have to call it in a second anyway. Once we get this booted or not booted, I will have to disappear off. I'll get a picture of that. Get it over to you, and then we'll. I might even pick this up again tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe day after. once everyone's drunk. New Mac. New Mac. It's funny. I don't know if you perused it. There is a there's very much a anti-Apple sort of tech goings on. It's hilarious. There's this whole Apple, yeah. Um, um, and obviously because there's a lot of people that like to be they sort of all jump on it. Yeah, Apple's crap, blah blah blah. And you come along and say, yeah, but just because it doesn't meet your use case doesn't mean it doesn't fit someone else's use perfectly. They don't know what to do. It's quite amusing. There's just this. Oh, but I could buy a PC or I could buy a laptop of better spec, and it's like, well, that's great. Go do that. We look after plenty of Apple customers who love their Apple kit because it all works together nice and neatly. When you try and say to them that, they're like, oh yeah, but you're using an iPhone, it's an Apple phone, and it's so limited. It's like, yeah, but that ties in with that, which ties in with that, which ties in with that. And it's like they try and justify why like X is better than Y when X and Y targeted at two different audiences. It is quite it amuses me, and I do want to sit there sometimes. I feel like some people really do need a slap. It's just like, no, that's just because you think that is better than that. Yeah, this is it. We support both. It's like the iPhone Android debate. We support both. I use an Android. I have no problem with having an iPhone. Um, my phone is a Samsung. I'm on an S20 Pro, and probably will be replacing it. Um, either an S23. I mean, I'd love a Galaxy Fold, but I can't justify money on one of them at the moment. Um, but at the same time, is it the one thing that Android has never got right, ever got right, and even now it's still so hit and miss, is their enterprise management. Um, if you're dealing with a fleet of phones for a company, Apple is by far the easiest way to manage it. It's this is the thing. Yeah, this is it. They all do the same thing, and just the buttons are in different places. And the Apple environment is, yes, maybe certain aspects are a years. Yeah, they're a year or so maybe behind certain things, but then when they've launched that thing, they've let everybody else fart ass around with it for 2 years, and then they've come out and gone, bang, yeah, they are a tool. And trying to explain that to someone who's like, oh, why have you bought a Mac Mini that you can't upgrade when I can go out and build this for half the price? Well, yeah, but that Mac Mini is going to work for 4 years, and at the end of that 4 years, it's going to be worth 50% of what I paid for it now, whereas that PC is going to be worth 5% of what you paid for it, and it's still going to do the job, and it's still going to be fully supported throughout that whole. It is a silly thing. But it's really really obvious. As if I've found a few of the oh that's fine. Found a few of the sort of the creators on there who are like, yeah, I like Apple, but I can't shout about it because they'll shout me down. Oh, installation, right? Let's go. Go standard F11 scanning for available devices. Oh, this will be interesting. Doesn't pick up the controller, which it should do because it's actually a proper HP controller. Um, yes, it's got them both. Right, we want to install onto that one. I know this will be interesting. You have selected a blah 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 blah. Yes, overwrite the whole lot. Proper keyboard. What password should we give it? I know. But you can't use password. can if you throw a couple of digits in there. There we go. System encountered the following error. The CPU in this host is not supported by ESX8. Please refer to the VMware compatible. Ta-da! Oh, I could have guessed that would happen. So, hey ho. Right. No, you can't easily install ESX8 on a HP microserver. It will get you all the way through to the very end and then say... Is there a quick and easy way to do it? Bypass this error, reboot into boot me again, la 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 la, shift O and type. Joy. Deep, deep joy. If we... No. Oh, well, I wasn't ever expecting it to be supported, but the frustration is always that you have to basically fart around with it, which is a shame. That answers that question easily. The simplest one on this is, yeah, you have to either go with something simple like Hyper-V. What I will probably do, grab some. I've not done XCP. Let's do reset. And we'll just do, we'll attempt to start an XCP install. What I'm probably going to do is get it going, disappear for a bit, go take the dog out, maybe come back up and carry on. So it'll be interesting to see how many bots hop on and spam the stream if I leave it running. What I should also get, maybe might make it, should have got the battery cache array control. I have got one, but it's in my machine, so I need to get another one. That workaround is quite interesting because it seems you have to do it on every boot. Yeah. Quite interesting. Well, it is the joy of the older kit. Sometimes it is a bit fussy. Right. I'm going to leave this running. I'm going to disappear. And then, in theory, I'll be back in a bit. Can't forget my phone. If you're still here when I get back, I will see you when I get back. But not, I will catch up with you guys later. That might be a sensible idea, actually. Was considering that. Jason, you are being promoted. Moderation level. Don't break it. Don't abuse it. Otherwise, I will laugh at you. Trusting you to look after the place while I'm gone. Back briefly. Okay, interesting. Can you use to blah 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 blah. Okay, yeah, fine. License agreement. We want to install to. That's interesting that it's put it backwards. Let's install to D. Now we've got thick versus thin provisioning. Now, obviously, I'm used to dealing with Hyper-V and ESX, in which thin provision everything, except if you specifically have to for SQL Server. Guessing it's basically saying you should make use of LVM. Let's go with it. Again, would you like? No, lazy. In all honesty, corrupt. Anyway, same password. Okay. 0. Management interface. 0. That's it. 0. E. Oop. Don't need a VLAN. E. And 4. 8. Europe. Go through normal stuff. No, I'm not going into Africa. Fairly easy install. Now, this suffers from what most Linux suffer from. If you're a first timer, there are questions. No, stop it. There's questions in there that actually don't actually need to be, should to a certain be necessarily. It should be able to deal with them itself. I mean, you should by default it should be pulling time from an NTP server. It's just silly things that this stuff. Most Linux installs, apart from some of the newer ones, that are all the same. This is written by software programmers that want to give you every option. Have all the options, and if you don't know it, you shouldn't be installing this software. I'm only up here for a little bit. Just take the dog out for a walk and run. And then I'll come back up. Oh, in Discord, Rich, 11th Andy is the chap who kindly donated this server. It was his server for a while. Lies. Lies, you didn't win one. You won a Gen 8 that someone's badged up as a Gen 9. In fact, I'm going to have a look on eBay, see if there's anyone silly enough to be selling one. Microserver Gen. Gen 10, Gen 8, Gen 8, Gen 8, Gen 10, Gen 8. What's stupid, that server new was less than that. You could buy these servers for, I think, I'm pretty sure they were almost like £150. And even then, they had money back. I would like HP to donate one of these to me. That's the Gen 10. That's got a Intel CPU. And in theory, that should be an upgradable general Pentium. Yeah. But a Xeon in it, you stick 32 gig of RAM in it. Wouldn't buy it from CCL. I mean, this is the funny thing. From HP directly, XVAT, but they're 500. Category, processor type, pick a Xeon in. How much are they with a Xeon from HP? Oh, they're having a laugh. This was it. I mean, it's they've done it with this one to a certain degree. It's like the the CPU can deal with it. It's purely and simply they've nerfed it at a chipset level, a BIOS level, for the simple fact that they don't want people buying these to replace normal ProLiants. Yeah, Unraid want money for a license. If you want to use Unraid, you have to pay them. Oh, you're having a laugh. It signed me out and it reset the link. Frustrating. Very frustrating. This is the only problem. If it doesn't keep the bloody thing connected, I can't even resume it. I have to now reboot. Let's try that again, shall we? It's more the fact that it times out when Worst thing was I'd actually interacted with this window. It knows. Oh, of course they bought Store Magic. Some very weird. Yeah, that's better. That's what I wanted to. So you could get it with a Xeon E2224 from about 800. Fine, that's not bad. But then at the same time, I could probably buy an R2. Here we go again. Take two. Two. Right. Try again. Only this time, we'll let it go all the way through. Interesting. ILO was faster than the actual on board ship. Here we go. My second attempt at my first install of XCPNG. And I can't obviously blame the install media. That a limitation. ILO. It is a surprise that there are so many Gen 8 silvers, but oh, Ref 3. Parts only. What have they done to break one of these? Tested to power on, displays error code, blah blah blah. Unknown CPU spec as can. A rare one here then with a black front. Maybe it's worth more. Again, there's a black fronted one. That's different. Oh, it's a Gen 10. That's a Gen 10. That's an AM. I wouldn't. This is the thing. Gen 10, I wouldn't be interested in. They targeted that specifically at a home device. I mean, why would you have two display options on a server? Why genuinely would you have two display ports on a server? It's that sort of silliness. It's only because it's got an AMD APU in it, which is such a shame. They called it an Opteron, not an Opt. You want a Gen 10 Plus? What you want? Just trying to think if there was anything that, yeah, Gen 10 Plus. next video I will be doing, I think, actually, is looking inside the Unify USG to do a repair on one. I've got a faulty one here, the USG Pro 4 that keeps suspicion it's the internal memory stick. I think what else has come along the other day. Pro Switch to play with, brand new, way too many servers. Well, irony being, I'm up at 1,200 followers on TikTok already. So we'll see. It'd be nice to. Be nice to get there. Be nice to pick up a few more. And yeah, as I said, start to. It's just been a bit manic. It's the problem. I haven't had any time to come up here and do a focused video. Which is what I need to do. I need to spend more time doing that. But then it's also being able the weekly lives as well. Try and keep on schedule with them. Finding everything. Come on. Yeah. Right. Gotta whiz through this. UK. Back moment. That. All on B. Don't want to use that. That because yeah. It for now. Whiz through this. Don't need a VLAN. That. No, I'm not in Africa. Don't even start that. There we go. Right. Let's see if this makes it through without disconnecting it. Oh, up to something. Got flashy lights. And right. I shall be right back in half an hour, probably. Well, the installation does. There we go. Fingers crossed that it hasn't hit this joined back up. Yeah. Thank you for manning the fort, Jason, if you're still there. And welcome, Zatari. As you can see, we're breaking stuff. No, sorry, installing XCPNG. Thanks, Rich. Let's see if this has broken it or not. I hope it hasn't. No, we don't want any supplements. Still going. Good sign. Do 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 do. Let's see what happened. Doesn't appear to be doing much. I was going to install this on one of the bigger servers, mainly because obviously Tom Lawrence recommends need to have a play with it and compare it. Might as well play with it on a small server. Normally, I'm a Hyper-V guy. There's always a, I don't know, it's a weird sort of thing. Always sort of background negativity. Or if you tell anyone that they seem to see it as like, oh well, you're not using something open source, therefore you're not doing it right. Just tweak. Oh, that. Let's see if that's any better. Got the clipping of it. Huzzah! It's finished. I know, I'm shocked as you are. Well, let's see. Commence drum roll. What I do need in here is some whiting up here, I think. I haven't got any cookies, and if I sent one, it'd be dry, but or soft. No, what would it be? It'd be probably manky by the time it got to you. That being said, there is a place literally down the road from me that does bagels, and the cookies they get in are awesome. Amazon cookie. One you can delete from your temporary internet storage. Those were the days. To fix this problem, yeah, just empty your internet cache. No, I'm not. I've never been a peanut. Well, I'm not a peanut butter fan. I don't mind little bits of it in a small amount, but normal M&Ms. But then chocolate over your side of the pond, Jason, is different from chocolate over our side of the pond. I mean, you have to deal with Hershey's. I'm sure they export that up to you. I mean, that should be. I don't know. That should be classed as a war crime. Booting. We have booting. I'll tell you what it's doing now. I have no idea. It's alive. We have life. Should we see if we can get to it? I mean, this. But, well, first impressions of me on XCPNG. It's very similar styled, this interface, to VMware. So, other than the fact that interestingly, the first thing it's done is not ask me to log in. Because so I can peruse all this information and I've not logged in. And I don't know if this is because it's the first boot, but actually it's quite an interesting thing. So no virtual machines, that's correct. Obviously disks. So I can see storage, movable storage. So quite interesting that there's not a login page here. Now, maybe you can configure that. I don't know. We'll find out later. Resource pools, hardware and BIOS, keyboard and time zone, remote service configuration, backup, restore and update, technical support, reboot, shutdown, and local command. I find that a bit odd. Even Windows, you set Windows up, the first thing you have to do is log into it. So if someone has physical access to an XCPNG box, plug a monitor and a keyboard in theory, by default, unless this changes, you can shut the system down, do stuff, change things. Quite an interesting thing. Okay, I've got an authentication. That's better. That's better. That's what I wanted to see. You are currently not logged in. Only logged in users can reconfigure and control this server. Thank you. Right. That's okay. That's fine. Interesting that it doesn't ask you to log in. So while you can't do much, there is still I can still access I can still glean information out of the system. So yeah, that would be something that isn't too much of a concern, but would still be a potential. So I wonder if there's a way to do that. We'll find out what we're looking for. We are looking for. So again, I could go in and I could instantly say, right, well, I know where to look for the server's web console. So hop in and I can go and there's a new tab, 10.0.20.21, which obviously I knew anyway because I set it, and I've got typed in HS at the front. And welcome to XCPNG. And so I can either use command line or a Zen Orchestra appliance, which is probably what I need. So let's deploy a Zen Orchestra appliance. What do you mean? Oh, did I type the wrong password? Probably. Try that again. Right. So create an account, admin, that'll do. Don't have that. Let's see if it'll work. I want to do any major deployment. I want it to deploy standalone for now. Let's see. Not bad. Interesting that they don't have a web management console. Maybe that's something that I'm missing, but not going to say either way because it gives you instantly the option to deploy Zen Orchestra, which is fine. Much like obviously VMware with it. So if you were deploying ESXi, obviously you have the local console for that you can do most things on. In fact, you still have to do some things on the local consoles to get things set up before you put a vCenter install on. But that's not bad. While that's doing that, I can play on the console here. So I can go down and go virtual machines, all VMs, and I can see that there is a Zen Orchestra machine running, which again, I hope there's a way to change that, because that to me, although is useful, at the same time you shouldn't be able to see anything that's running on a server unless you log into it. Paul? See, I'm not a Reese's fan either. It is an odd thing. I don't know, Rich, if you've come across any of the American chocolate. I mean, it is a strange taste. Hershey's cookies and cream is like bleh. Beautiful it has. The admin at admin.net. First look. Zen Orchestra. Okay. Zen Orchestra virtual appliance, fine. 1.1. Power state running. So dashboard. So we have a pool, we have a host, we have a VM, we have RAM usage, we have CPU usage, we have storage usage. Alarms, pending task users, VM state. That's quite good. That's quite useful. Again, very reminiscent of VMware. Self-service. You want that, you got to buy it. Okay, backups. Don't need to worry about that. Oh. An error occurred. Not registered. No. Please register your appliance. Okay. Okay, so I've got to register it to do some updates. Fine, I can deal with that later. Settings, servers. So that's the server enabled. Yeah. Oh, it's in a pool. It's in that pool. Fine. Okay. Label. Fine. Users. Admin. Group. Standard thing. Access control lists. Not available in the free version. Remotes. File system. Oh, we got plugins. What plugins? We got telemetry and Zen Orchestra. Logs. Audit. No. IPs. No. Cloud configs. Templates. Not looking at the moment. Oh, SAN. Zen Orchestra SAN. Free upgrade. Free trial for premium. Don't want to do that at the moment. Want to actually get grips with what we've got here. Hosts. So this is the. Okay. Excuse me. So we've got started. What it's running. It's IP. Knows it's a Gen 8 microserver. Stats. We've got some patches. Oh no, can't do that. settings, power, blah, 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 blah. Multi-pathing, don't need to worry about any of that. Xeon. So free. Starter. Now. Right. Okay. See, this was something that I never looked into. Business, fine. You pay money for business support. Not a problem. Got no issue with that at all. For $85 a month, so that's about 70 pounds a month, you get the starter edition. So like yearly. So for that money, if you were looking at using Zen in a home environment, so for a home lab, that's expensive. Like, that's crazy. Unless I'm missing something here. Yeah. So Zen Orchestra is available from the sources, but without XOA, you have to build it yourself. So yeah. So you can build this, I'm guessing then, yeah, on a server. Great. But I'll tell you what, that's frustrating. If I want to use ESXi for my home lab, I can join up as a VMUG user and I get the full license. Yes, it's about $200 or £200 a year. But that gets me everything VMware. So, and I get the full product and I can use it to learn how it would work in production. Now, I'm not against paying money for services like this. But they should have a home lab edition that gets you everything, maybe with some limitations on it. And this is often my gripe with some of the firewall manufacturers as well. Why not do an NFR version? Now, I expect the problem that a lot of the companies present is that people will use that in production. Well, yes, that is the problem. But if I want to use Hyper-V, I can install Windows Server evaluation version for 180 days and use the whole suite. I can then reset that 6 times. So I can use it for 3 years for free in evaluation mode in a home lab. VMware, same thing. Basically, sign up to VMUG for £200 or less, actually. And I get not only just one part of it, I get like 99% of everything. I could use NSX, Verizon, I can use the whole suite. Proxmox, I know, is free if you want support with it, and to get supported updates, yes, again, you have to pay a certain amount per month. Find out, actually. Buy a subscription. The community, so €95 a year. That's what they need, is a community version. Fully on board with supporting developers and designers, because everyone needs to earn money. But you can see why people will go with Proxmox over Zen. Because it works straight out of the box. That's what it should be. And that's just frustrating. That is genuinely frustrating. Yes, but he uses it in production. and he uses it with customers, which is fair enough. You pay for it because you have to charge for support. Looking at this from someone who wants to come into IT, someone who wants to be able to run something on a system like this at home, so that they can get to grips with how the real world of virtualization works. Because unfortunately, if you're using Proxmox in a business environment, you need to not only be paying for the full premium support, at a minimum, they need to come out with a hardware compatibility list. They need a HCL, because what happens, and we come across this time after time, and I've come across this for years, to be honest. You go into somewhere and they've been skirting along, literally paying the bare minimum because their IT company has thrown in, like, I mean, I've been to places where they've had site to site links, and you look at them and it's like, well, who's doing that? Oh, XYZ companies. Well, how are they doing it? Well, we've got 2 boxes in there that do the site to site links, and you go in and they're 2 old Dells that are running CentOS or something like that. And they're running a hacked about config with some point-to-point VPNs and routing, and you ask them, well, what happens when that goes wrong? Oh, we phone such and such. Well, what happens when they're on holiday? Oh. And who manages the patching on that? Well, they don't get touched, and you find out they haven't been touched for like 5 years, completely unpatched. And that's some of the problem. You go to these places and people put in these really, really badly built budget systems. And unfortunately, that is what Proxmox seems to attract. You go to places and they're like, and you get questions from people. I'm looking at using Proxmox for the company that I'm in charge of the IT for. And it's like, well, that's great, but how are you and the thing is, it's like, well, are you paying for a subscription? Oh no, we're using the free version. Well, you need to pay for a subscription to get the complete updates done. And they look at you like, oh, but why? Why do we have to pay that? And I can't do that, because that means you've got to go back to the boss and ask for more money. And I've told him it's not only going to cost like a couple of £100. So this is the problem. It's the same thing with Unraid, and it was the same thing when LTT do their 10 people, 1 GPU, 1 CPU type thing. People see it and they try and copy it in business, and then they wonder why they have a disaster. And they're like, but it works fine on YouTube. It's like, yes, it works fine for 10 minutes on YouTube. Or the big problem is now loads of people have gone away and gone, oh, I can run my entire family game on my one server. Oh no, they can't now, because all the anti-cheat services have cottoned on to the fact that you could be running on a virtual machine that can hack around with the memory, and you can bypass anti-cheat. And so that doesn't work. So slowly but surely, all of these sort of cheats and ways around are becoming irrelevant. They were never a good idea in the first place. They're good for a bit of fun. That's the thing. Bit of fun, bit of learning. Oh yeah, it gets dismantled while they're filming half the time. Usually by Linus dropping it. Again, that's a company that I've said in the past, I'd love for them to actually go away and build a proper data center room, proper server room, not a cupboard that they've sort of hacked together. Proper multi-rack, proper air conditioned, proper backed up server room. They've got the space to do it now, and I hope they do. I genuinely hope they do, is go away and build a proper server room that you can walk around all sides of the rack, dead easy. That's one of the things that that is frustrating. I mean, I have limited space here, but I'm still trying to make it so that I can access the bits I need to. Got another rack to order to go in under that side of the desk. I need to get more cameras. I need to get more stuff in here. But at the same time, I'm not. This is me doing all of this. I'm not being paid to do this. This is me making sure that I can have fun and enjoy and help help guide people that it's not all about doing things in the cheapest way possible. But hey ho. Anyway, let's get back to then. And let's see what we can teach ourselves. So, home. What's it whinging about? Pools. Okay. Missing patches. I can't see what patches it's missing because I've got to buy an upgrade. See, that's great, but that's not great. Right. Let's create a new VM, shall we? Do we want to? No, I know what I want to do. I want to host network. Right. So I want to be able to, let me grab another network cable. So ETH1 should be, so that's got management on it. How do I make sure that device is not no VLANs? That's got an address. See, that should be its own dedicated management device. Private network. Fine. Network is currently in use. So if I go into here, go into this VM, what network is it assigned to? It's currently assigned to that. So what if I want to change that to be that one? What it should be, because it should be on a separate one. That should be on. No, it hasn't done it. So how do I edit? Virtual interface? No. Rate limit, IP addresses, advanced settings? No. Okay. Disk, fine. 0 internal U. Yeah. Invalid status connecting. Expecting open. Fresh a minute. Let's see if we broke it already, shall we? We might well have done. 0, yeah. Interesting. There we go. We broke it already. I've successfully broken Zen already by moving it to a different neck. Ta-da! Am I going to have to like reboot it? I've successfully broken Zen simply by changing a network. Well, that's fussy. The only word I can use to describe that. I think fussy. Frustrating. Give me back my Zen. I'm going to have to remove it and re-add it. Now that's just annoying. So why did you choose to disconnect me? Why? Oh, I'm going to learn a ton of commands just to fix something that should be a simple move. So it should be on that Ethernet interface, but it's not. Why is it not? Why you not work? Why you no work? Happy, fine. You think? Yep. Okay, so what is the command? Example, so networking, okay. How would I change? Fine, so you can do some nice advanced stuff. What did I do wrong? Same one? Yeah, that's the same one. Right. Yeah. Hmm. Obviously caused it to disconnect itself. No, no, no. I want to change an address for a... Yes and no. This is the frustration. That should have been a very simple command. It's a very simple thing. I want this VM to go from that network to that network. Therefore, I change it from that network to that. Done. Hyper-V, drop down, done. VMware, drop down, done. Never had an issue with it. First go on XCP. And you end up having to trawl through bloody command lines because you changed the virtual interface. Now, yes, I know every bit of software has its quirk, but this is... If it should be that easy, why isn't it? Why has this failed straight away? Why can I not? Problem is I don't have a... There is no local console that I can now go into. I have to rely on command line to fix something that should probably be 2 clicks on a console. And this is why we don't use this sort of thing generally with our clients, because I want something that if the shit has hit the fan, I can actually phone someone up, sit them in front of a computer that they're familiar with. So you clearly go, click start, and they know where start is. Not open up a command line and type in... Oh, be careful, is caps lock on? It used to be lowercase this, up again. This is where things are written by programmers for programmers. Not that I can't do it. My time is better spent actually fixing the problem rather than having to memorize and find out. Yeah. And when it's like, I want to change the VM network. I'm having to trawl through stuff. Hmm. So again, PIF, physical interface, PIF, virtual interface. Yeah, fine. The network is a virtual network switch on a home. Network object has a name and description. Yeah, fine. But what it's not letting me do is see what change what virtual NIC interface on VM. Frustrating. And I've got so little options. I mean, let's do something silly. Go for a reboot of a. Let's try the good old fashioned turn it off and turn it back on again. I shouldn't need to, but while that's doing that, sign back in. Administrator. Thank you. Right, try that again. Have a quick check through here. Fans, one fan, yeah, temperatures, power, processors, 4 cores, 4 threads. Yeah, a E3 1220. Is it a V2? Oh, yeah. I do have some E3 Xeons lying around. Forty. Beep, beep. Any there? No. 40. Firmware. Anything interesting? H240, H240. Oh, I want a firmware update. That's all I want. Right. That fixed it. Yeah. That's interesting. That would be an also start. Start on this post. Hey ho. Firmware versions of everything. Jason will be back at this rate. He'll be like, what have you done? Well, we broke it. Very successfully broke it, but we've broke it. Ooh. Oh, I've got a reply. So this makes no sense. That genuinely makes no sense. Okay. Well, that's something to think on. You can't just go in and go, you're on that network. That's a pool. So we've got automatic. That one then, fine. Default locking mode. Don't know what that is. So we've got, that's the physicals. So that's associated with that physical adapter. And that one should be associated with the net one, which it is, which is correct. Right. Should we try and install a VM while we're here? Let's get Ubuntu server. That's downloading. VMs. New VM. Right, let's create a new VM on that pool. Fine. Oh, no template. Okay. So we will give it 2 vCPUs. We'll give it 4 gig of RAM. Why haven't I got a network interface? Why can I not just select a network? Okay. make it 120. Why are you whinging? Hosts, fine. You, fine. Network. Why aren't I? You're connected, fine. Don't need you to be managed. No. Pools. Okay. You, network. That's all fine. Okay. Storage, local storage. That's, yeah, disk, yeah. Host on there, logs, that's fine. Okay. So we're making progress, but I want a VM. I want to add a new VM. I'm going to create it on there. But why have I got no option for a network? Yeah. And this is literally, this is my first attempt. Proxmox is easier. Hyper-V is significantly easier. I don't know why people struggle with Hyper-V. It's as if they're coming from it from it's a Windows system. It's like if you can work a Windows desktop, you can work Hyper-V. It's quite simple compared to this craziness. I mean, I'm like, according to this, if I go in the pools into my network, got pool network associated with that, a pool network associated with that. It's tied to that, which is correct. I mean, this is just frustrating. It's like, I want to add a VM. Fine. Where's my network? Am I missing something really, really obvious here? Is there something? Oh, okay, let's have a laugh. So I go through here. We got a Windows Server, Ubuntu. So let's grab that. So it gives me storage of 10 gig once. Yeah. I still. Oh, there we go. Magic. Excuse my French, but that's just ridiculous. That is the most frustrating thing so far. Interfaces, fine. Why can I not add an interface? I mean, yeah, that should be an auto generate, and I should be able to select. But I shouldn't need a template. That's the stupid part of this. I should be able to create a VM. These are predefined, but that's just. I shouldn't need to be specified by one of these. Should be able to go in. If I want to create a VM, I should be able to create a blank VM. And if I can't do that, I mean, that's just bizarre. That's just if I've got to go in and go, oh right, okay, I need to create a new VM, but what's it going to be based on? Well, I'll base it on that, and suddenly I can go, oh look, I've got that. There's nothing up here changed. There's nothing. There's nothing here changed. It's got a disk, but I added a disk. But suddenly I can select a network. Whether it's something they fixed in a patch, but that to me is broken. I mean, I say I shouldn't need to do all this. I can. It's like, oh, well, here's a template, but at the same time, let's have a Google, shall we? XCP. Well, I know, Zen Orchestra. Unable to network. I mean, that might be the thing. It might be broken. It might be something that they fix in a patch, and the only way you patch it is you have to sort of register, which again, it's like, hold on a minute. It's like free upgrade, free trial for premium edition. Let's have a look. And or then orchestra release note. Let's have a look. I mean, what are we on here? Lost it. I've lost it. I've clicked off it. I've broke it. Where have I gone? I mean, how many versions are we out of date? Before I swear some more. About. Okay, so I'm on version 5.8. And I think that's miles out of date. So let's release it. No, 5.7. We're on 5. Eh? Really? Am I ahead of things? Then or 5. Why have I got a version that's not even listed? I'm confused. Like what? Again, frustrating. What a what an incredibly frustrating experience. And yeah, changelog. Have a look at the change. Right. Again, why am I listed as being on a different version then? Am I misreading that? Then orchestrate 5.8.0. I mean, have I gone on to something that I shouldn't be on? Licenses, nothing in there. Support. Not up to date. I know that because it tells me I'm not up to date. So I'm going to have to actually register. Oh, there we go. 5.6. So I'm miles out of date. Right. That would be why then. This is it. It's like you go about and it says you're on 5.8 and 5.84, but then 5.6. Should we fill this out? Excuse me while I switch back to this so I don't splat too many details. Say this is, I think, why people will get incredibly frustrated with this sort of system overall, because nothing is straightforward. Go through and get signed up to everything and get updated, and then things might be a bit easier. Things might work. That'd be a novelty. Frustrated. A fresh install. Why did it not get the latest version? Downloaded it direct. You would have thought. Jason would be loving this if he was here right now. That. That. Right. Let's hit the magic upgrade button. Now we've got it. So we're on 5.6. We should be going to 5.78. Lost connection with update. Update could not. Seriously? Refresh. Upgrade. Try again. Hey ho. What's even more frustrating is if I was installing Windows on this, it would have been installed, configured, running. I'd have VMs on this by now. And I know this is my first install, I've got to get used to stuff, but this still is frustrating. There's still aspects of this that just should work, but out of the box, but don't. But then again, you can see why VMware can charge what they charge, because this does work out of the box with VMware most of the time, so long as you HCL. Done. Installed. Do I need to refresh the page? Let's refresh the page. Cannot get. Updated. Is it doing? Do we know what it's doing? Do we know why it is doing? Do we know when it is doing? Oh, I wish ESXi worked on this. Close down some of these tabs. Oh, there we go. Right. We up to date? Free upgrade. Free upgrade to what? Oh, right. Okay, so Zen server 5107 and 5108. Okay, fine. That should still be there. That's fine. Okay, about. Yeah. Home, pools, what are you whinging at? No. X. Seriously? Right. Yeah, it works. Things. Fine. Where has the on tools? Can't find. Don't need any supplemental packs. Okay, so we're making progress. Patches. Okay, so I can't do anything there. Tasks, nothing there. Okay, refresh. Latest thing. Channel. Refresh. And upgrade again. We might as well start on the latest and greatest. Yeah. XCP NG Pro. Again. Hmm. Fine. Okay. Documentation. Updates. Okay, so let's see if we can do clamshell. It's update time. More updates. Okay. Learning, learning, learning. Learning all the time. Yeah, go on then. It's the free premium and see what we get. That work? No. Dashboard. Home. Tools. View. Matches. Okay, is it the fact that it's doing it? Right, in theory, we should now be all up to date. And we'll wait for that to reconnect. Right. Okay. Should we try again? New VM. I'd like to create a VM on that pool, please. And I still have no interface. Two. Disk. Still can't add an interface. Out of interest. If I go like that. Why? Why suddenly? Storage. Fine. I upload. Is there a way to upload into that? Local storage. Advanced. No. Stats. Disk. Hosts. Logs. Okay. How do I upload? That. And yep, we're still going. I've so far managed to successfully break the VM networking that was fixed with a full reboot of the server. We've worked out so far it won't let me select a networking pool when I want to create a new VM. I've just gone through and had to register and update because when you go about and it says that you're on Zen server 5.80 and then you go and look at the latest version and it says it's 5.78 and you're like, well, hold on a minute, what the hell's going on here? And eventually you get through that you're actually on 5.6 and the 7.8. I have to say that while I can see its use for usability, Proxmox is easier to get started with than this, and Hyper-V Server leaves this like standing in terms of just quick usability. I mean, yeah, I'm struggling to get even a like I have to upgrade. I have to upload a an ISO. I'm like, okay, so where do I upload an ISO? And this is all stuff that is so simple to do in Hyper-V and VMware. I mean, I'm like, it might just be me, but someone could, yeah. I'm very tempted to, but at the same time, it's like someone will come along and go, "You're just supposed to do it like this," and it's like, well, yeah, but you shouldn't need to do it in any special way. It should be a case of, right, I want to upload. Don't need a disk. The host it's on, that's the disks, fine. I need to create a new disk. What I want is to be able to upload an ISO. So yeah, this is one of those ones that this is the sort of software that is designed by programmers to be used by programmers to automate and script everything. But when you want to actually use it for small stuff, it can work, but it's very, very, very clunky. I mean that's yeah. This is the thing. This is my first ever look at XCPNG and Zen Orchestra, and I can understand on a bigger scale, yeah, when you've got multiple hosts and you're sorting, and yes, perfect. But for a entry into this environment, no, not the easiest, not as simple as you would think. It's like, and then someone say, "Oh, you've got to use like you'll probably have to use WinSCP and transfer it over to it." It's like, what? It's like I shouldn't need to do that. I should be able to import. If someone's done a web console for this, I should be able to import an ISO. I know I can do that in Proxmox. I mean, there's nothing here actually that I can see. See the disk, see the host it's attached to, but I haven't actually got a file browser. That again is the sort of thing I'd have to do it in a command line. Which while people, oh, do it in command line and then you can see it all. It's like, it's great, but I don't want to do it in a command line. It should be in here. If this is a console that does everything, it should be able to see it. So yeah, functions potentially good. This is the other thing. It's like I want to create. So you think, oh, I want a new VM. Okay, I'll create a new VM. I'm going to create on that pool. Makes sense. I don't want a template. I want a custom VM, and give it two vCPUs, 4 gig of RAM, and that's fine. And want to add a network interface, and oh well, I can't. Got no network interfaces. Where are my network interfaces? Yet if I select a template, suddenly I've got network interfaces. Why? Why does using a template suddenly give me network interfaces? Shouldn't be the case of that. These are the frustrations, and as much as it's like, yeah, it's frustrating, is what it is. It's so frustrating that this stuff is dead easy to do. I mean, I literally, let me hop on my actual current main Hyper-V server. Shut off because I turned it off. Power failed. It's like, I want a new virtual machine. And it even gives me a pretty wizard. New virtual machine. Generation. Memory. Oh, look, networking. Or if I want to edit one. Settings. Oh, I want to change it to a different network. Change it to a different network or give it a bit. I don't know how people struggle with Hyper-V because it's so easy. And maybe I've been spoiled. Maybe I've been spoiled by the fact that I've actually used a system that is easy to use. I'll let you can see my Cisco Business Dashboard VMs on there. I know it'd be nice. This is the frustration. This is where, as someone who uses Hyper-V, someone who uses VMware, and is you see in the community people going, oh no, you shouldn't be using them, you should be using this. And then you go to use this and you're thinking, no, there's a really good reason why I use VMware and Hyper-V in office and production environments, because it works. And it might not be the cheapest and it might not be the best at certain aspects, but as an all-round solution, it just works. I've not got to worry about anything. Yeah, Hyper-V is just so easy. I can spin up Hyper-V servers, bang, bang, bang. I can spin up Hyper-V clusters, which is what I was going to do. Was the R420s that I've got sat down here. As much as some people don't like the Starwind environment, it's a very good free vSAN environment. If you want just something that's free and actually does the job. I can spin up a 2-node or a 3-node vSAN environment, a hyper-converged environment, and you could put it in front of someone who's brand new into IT, who just wants to get to the basics of creating a VM, and you can say, here's a cluster. This is how easy it is. So it's just so frustrating is the problem when simple things don't work. And I mean, as I say, I mean, I very tempted just to nuke this and stick Proxmox on it, because I know Proxmox, as much as it nags at certain aspects, I know Proxmox will just work. It won't work particularly brilliantly on certain hardware, and I know that again it doesn't support things, but it's one of those frustrations that there's a lot of people that really, unfortunately, they take what is said as gospel on a lot of influencer sites, and then when you answer them and say no, that's not how it works in the real world, they really don't understand why all of a sudden they're like, oh, but such and such said that, and it's like, yes, and that may work for them, but it doesn't work for the rest of the world. I mean, ESXi is a good pick. Hyper-V is always my first pick because, as I've said earlier on, I want something from and I have to think of things from a business side. If a server goes down and I'm not in front of a machine, or I don't have someone who I can throw in front of a machine, I need to be able to talk through a client, potentially rebooting a server, logging into a server, and basic level troubleshooting, because 99% of the time it fixes it. When you say to someone, yeah, just log in with the command line and run this command, and what's it saying? And oh yeah, you need to put that switch on in a capital and that one in a lowercase. And hold on a minute, I'm gonna have to Google what command. Yeah, no, I want something, and as much as it's yes, we look after the servers, but when you are trying to troubleshoot a server that is screaming its head off at someone, you also need to be able to engage trusted people on site, and they might not have the knowledge that you. A lot of the time, that is the case. We support environments where you're dealing with on-site IT who are mostly first-line techs and programmers, so they're web designers, and the first-line techs know enough to get by with their line of work, and the programmers know their bit, but you put them in front of a Windows server and they can actually operate it. You put them in front of this, it'd be like it'd be the Captain America. It seems to operate on some form of electricity. And as someone who is tech orientated, to come into something and you think, oh right, I just want to create a new VM, and it doesn't even let you assign a bloody network without having to put a template in, and I don't want a template. I just wanted to build a VM, or yeah, frustrating. As a first, I had hopes. I had genuine high hopes for this, that I could come along and I mean and say, right, I mean, let's have a laugh, shall we? So call this Jim's Test Network. Let's see if this appears. we've got the pool-wide network associated with ETH1. We've got that one associated, and we've got that one associated. So let's now go home, new VM. Let's see if it pops up. No. Name. Description. Test. Why do I need a template? Why have I got to select a template to create a VM? And even then, why have I got to select a template before it will even give me a network? Bizarre. Utterly bizarre. I got to create a repository. Actually got to create a repository. Let's create a repository. Storage. We've got to go in quick and dirty. In the left menu, go to the plus new storage. Okay. New storage name. ISO. Storage. ISO repo. Local. Okay. Go in. Media. Gate. Fine. ISO. So go to the left menu and then import disk. Huzzah. Learning. Frustrating, but learning. Again, the other argument that will be presented is, oh, you should have an understanding of stuff. I do have an understanding of stuff. I shouldn't need to have to stretch my own brain to deal with something that should work out of the box. Right. I wonder if we go new VM this way. Go new VM, yeah. Create on there. Nope. Got no option. So that and that. There. So fine. Let's do this the old-fashioned way, shall we? Let's do this with a template. Because magically putting a template on it. Oh, there's my test network, so I can fine. ISO from there. Go. Let's stick 2, 2. Create. console. Wow, that's slow. There we go. Right. Progress. Finally. I need to play with Home Assistant. Again, websites I don't host. We just play like Squarespace or Wix. Just not worth it really for us. I haven't got the time to, and I haven't got the spare time to maintain it, along with everything else. Right. 10, 10.0.20. No, come on. 10. No. 10.0.20.0/4. 10.0.20.243. 10.0.4. 10.0.20. Oh, done. Done. Fine. Yes. Don't need to encrypt at the moment. Size is 28 gig. Multi-core size gig. Free. Fine. Done. Jim. IT guy. Server's name. Server 1. No, Server 01. Remember that name. Been in IT a long time. Admin. Jim. Yeah. Do I need any of that installed? No, not at the moment, because this is just a let's see if it works. Sign me out again. While that's doing its install, it's just administrator H9 Ninja. Uh, uh. What was I doing? Oh, I was gathering the firmware information. What it would come up with. SBA H240 is on version 3. Seeing if there was actually a firmware update out for that. Take us back there again. Yes. That's the product. Storage controller firmware. Let's see what the latest version is. 240, 7.2. So we're a bit out of date. I think we can update that. Might as well while we're here. Let's live dangerously, shall we? Work. Well, it works. Frustrating. It's, I think, the actual issue with this. Genuinely frustrating. Right. Well, this went on for a bit longer than I expected. I'm going to call it there, I think, because A, I'm exhausted. B, I'm exhausted. And C, this has pissed me right off. So this should have been a nice, simple one. But, yes. Probably pick this up in a couple of days. I will say Merry Christmas to all. And I will catch up with you after Christmas, I expect. And we'll go from there and see where it's got us. So have a good one. I will catch up with you all later.